Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day. We thank you for your goodness, your mercy, and your love upon our lives. We thank you, Father, for making this day beautiful and that we are here and well. Thank you, Father, for the safe journey you gave to each and every one of us. And as we gather to be trained on AI for educators, Father, we pray that you will guide us, you will give us wisdom, you will cause us to have a wonderful day. We pray this shortly, believing and trusting in your name, Jesus. Amen. Okay, welcome.
Our university, and I'm glad that we are here today for is coordinated by one of our faculty, Faculty of Media and Communication. We call it FAMECO, with our co-partner who are ADMI, Africa Digital Media Institute. And just to give you a history, 2 weeks ago, the two partners, we were actually in this hall. Thereafter, we went to the administration hall to sign an MOA. And this workshop is just one of the items that we highlighted in our MOA. And I'm glad after 2 weeks, not just being a mere paper, but now we are doing the technology transfer. My observation, or my quick observation, looking at the audience, I'm very happy that this is a local-made, African-led co-partnership. All along, we have been depending on the global north, or what we simply call external technologies and solutions. I'm glad that our academia, our faculties, together with the industry, like now the Media Institute, we can be able to come together and find a way on how we can come out of our traditional factory setting or the British kind of inherited system, where we all think that solutions will come from outside. And because of that, before I welcome our guest of honor, who is going to officially open this workshop, I want to recognize the local committee, which was chaired by the Dean, Faculty of Media and Communication, Sir Dr. Mpiri Yuakin, just stand up and wave. Let's clap for him. Then his counterpart, on the other hand, the head of Africa Digital Media Institute, just wave, Madam Sila. Thank you. We don't want this workshop to be a speech making. We have come here to learn, to share ideas. But allow me, being a student of research and innovation, allow me just to challenge you with a research question. What is the name or the translation of AI in your mother tongue? As you partake, what happens if
The English translation that we are using to learn AI is switched off. You just wake up and there's no English translation. There's no that Swahili option, there is no that chance. What will happen? And what does it mean by adopting technologies which are not homemade, which are not localized? Imagine having an AI translation in Kikuyu, in Luo, in Kalenjin, in Kamba. Think about it. Another research question, the last one. What is the impact of adopting AI technologies on the following? On our values, on our culture, on our language, indigenous language models, and more importantly, we are educators on how we think, on our thinking. So those are open-ended research questions. At the end of this workshop, we should be able to answer them. But I want you to know that within Multimedia University of Kenya, our niche has been, from the word multimedia, our niche, main niche of our university, and you have even known that, media and communication. We also have a strong niche in ICT. Within our university, we are doing a lot of research also in engineering and industrial development. Part of our staff are also involved in research touching on mathematics and applied sciences. More importantly, for those of you who are looking forward to join Multimedia, we have a full-fledged team in business and economics who are doing a number of research. We also have a full-fledged consortium where we nurture research in social sciences, and specifically we are doing so well in urban mobility. And actually this one has gone internationally and we have won a number of global awards. We also have a niche which we are nursing, or we are babysitting, in what we call optics and lasers. It's a new institute, but is part of our niche. In all these 7 sub-thematic areas I have mentioned, as a university, we have a common denominator where we talk of climatic innovations and clean energy, where all of us are converging to ensure that our environment is safe. For those of us who are looking for partners, who are looking for the faculty members in various thematic areas I have mentioned, we have an active Directorate of Research and Innovation under the Division of Academic Affairs, Research and Innovation, headed by our DVC, who I'm going to invite. He is an expert in his own area of specialization, and I want us to join our hands to welcome our DVC, who will introduce himself and also tell us his own observation on this animal called AI. Let's put our hands together to welcome our DVC, Research and Innovation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies. First of all, before I start, I want everybody who is here to remember their childhood and say, cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Now, that is an era of artificial intelligence. This cuckoo, which you are saying, were just a child would play. Today, the engineers are using it to solve a magnitude of problems in our power systems. So, how did that happen? That happened because we are taking the intelligence of a cuckoo bird and converting it into a computer program. And that computer program is able now to help us search for a solution that ensures that we have got stability in power systems. That is artificial intelligence. I bumped into artificial intelligence when I was doing my PhD. It's when I realized that we have always been using very difficult methods to solve very difficult problems. Artificial intelligence came so that we can reduce the burden of doing things the way we always did them. An example is a welder. When a welder comes in the morning to do the welding, amepikiwa chai vizuri na mke wake asubuhi. Ukiangalia welding, it is seamless. Kukifika saa 4, ukiangalia hiyo welding utamwambia, hii dirisha sikutaka ifanywe hivyo. Now, that intelligence between the morning and 10, we have got to put it in a situation whereby we now want to understand how does he do it in the morning. And so we put that into a computer and we get a robot. And the robot will do that seamlessly. It has got no emotions. The comfort will be increased. If you, for example, look at when I was growing up and there was only incandescent bulbs. Okay, incandescent bulbs are those bulbs which has got a filament. What is the ELD now? During that time, the Kenya power system did not have any problems because above all the power was active. I'm speaking like an engineer. Today, there are so many welding machines. Today, there are so many laptops. at least in every house, you are bound to find between 2 and 3 laptops. They are all bringing power problems in terms of stability. It is only artificial intelligence that can help us solve that problem. Today, when we were growing up with my mother and my father, we used to carry tomatoes. We used to carry cherry, kahawa, cherry. And what we'll do is when we go to the factory, tunaambiwa mkae hapa chini mchague ile ambayo iko na vidonda, msiweke hapa. Mnarudi naye nyumbani. With artificial intelligence, we only need to have a system whereby you go and pour your cherry, it is sorted, and you are told, ile mbaya chukua, ile nzuri ndio imeingia kwa factory. That is artificial intelligence. And therefore, looking at artificial intelligence myself, I have used it several times with my PhD and master's students. So for me, I am a converted artificial intelligence person because I know it works. I know it can change the lives of people. Artificial intelligence does not require complicated mathematical modeling. The engineers and other people know that. You only need to have the right logic. And therefore, I think with that, I have done my best to introduce myself. My name is Professor Dr. Engineer Livingstone Go, a converted man in terms of artificial intelligence. Today, I came here to represent my Vice Chancellor, and therefore, I'm going to read her speech. Whatever I have spoken before that, haya yalikuwa ni yangu. Okay, now I'll read the official speech so that I can open this organization. The speech Institute. Esteemed colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Multimedia University of Kenya, I am delighted to warmly welcome you to this AI for Education Training workshop. We are truly honored to have you here today of what promises to be the transformative and thought-provoking discussion about the future of education in the digital era. At the onset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our esteemed partners, African Digital Media Institute, for their invaluable collaboration in organizing this event. This partnership exemplifies the power of collective effort in advancing education that is relevant, future-ready, and responsive to the evolving needs of both our country and the continent. What is the role of AI in education? Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is no longer a distant vision. It is already shaping the world around us. It is influencing how we live, work, communicate, and most importantly, how we teach and learn. AI transformation is in profound ways. For smart content creation and adapting learning systems to AI-powered student support, automatic grading, and advanced research tools. I've already given you a tip of advanced research tools which I'm using for research. As Mustafa Suleiman, the CEO of Microsoft AI and co-founder of DeepMind, observes, if we are at the foothill of the new technological era, one that will redefine every aspect of human activity. Here now tumeanza kupanda mlima. We are just at the bottom. It means more is to come. Undoubtedly, education stands at the very heart of this transformation. This workshop is not merely a training session. It is an invitation for us as educators to reimagine our teaching methodologies, rethink our learning environment, whether physical or virtual, and explore how we can responsibly integrate artificial intelligence to elevate learning, teaching, and research outcomes. AI in action. To give you a glimpse into this potential, consider how AI is already enabling personalized learning pathways, tailoring content to meet our learners' unique ability and pace. AI chatbots at providing 24/7 academic support to students, while learning analysis systems are identifying learners who may need additional help, enabling timely intervention. You can get into a situation whereby mumeingia kwa class, mtu mwingine anaulizwa swali, he already knew the answer yesterday, na mtu mwingine bado. These are two people who are worlds apart. If you are not careful, you might lose the student who did not learn what the other person knows or knew yesterday. And therefore, AI gives us an opportunity not to leave anybody behind. As Bill Gates at least, AI will revolutionize education by personalizing it in ways that we have never been able before. It will free teachers to do what they do best. What do teachers do best? They inspire and mentor. This is the opportunity that lies before us today. Among the workshop goals and encouragement is that today's workshop agenda has been meticulously designed to offer both theoretical insight and practical hands-on experience. We'll have the opportunity to engage with AI lesson learning tools, AI-driven assessment systems, and discover how emerging technologies can improve the student engagement and learning outcomes. I encourage you to make the most of this opportunity, not by just actively participating in the session, but by also networking with the fellow educators. As Fei Lee, one of the foremost experts in AI and education, reminds us, AI is not about man versus machine. That's not what AI is about. It's not about the welder and the welding machine. It's about the man with the machine. The man designs an appropriate program to ensure that it does what the man wants. So it is the man with the machine. It is through collaboration, shared knowledge, collective reflection that will unlock the full potential of these innovations for our universities, our institutions, and beyond. Commitment to innovation. As the Multimedia University of Kenya, we remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering a culture of continuous learning, research-driven innovation, and responsible technology adoption in education. By equipping our faculty and academic staff with future-oriented skills, we are ensuring that our students are prepared to excel in an interconnected, rapidly evolving world. In my closing remarks, in conclusion, I commend each of you for your dedication in learning, innovation, and leadership. Your presence here today is a testament to our commitment to professional growth and to reshaping a brighter, technology-enhanced future for higher education in Kenya and beyond. I encourage you to engage actively, learn from one another, and harness the full potential of knowledge and tools that will be shared over the course of this workshop. With that, I officially declare this workshop open. Thank you once again, na karibuni sana.
Let's one more give a hand clap to our guest of honor. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Engineer Livingston Go. With your permission, sir, allow me, guided by the coordinators of this workshop, that we go outside and take a group photo for a few minutes, then we come back and start our workshop. So members, participants, our gadgets will be secure. Don't be worried about your laptops because we have a security team. So let's just use the exit at the back, then we join a group photo, then we come back. Thank you.
Mic test. Hey, all right, welcome back. Thank you so much for taking part in the photo session. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. AI, empowering every educator and every learner. At this point in time, I want you to share very briefly with whoever is seated next to you, how has AI empowered you as an educator? What is one trick that you're using with AI that has really improved your life? Tools are you using? Maybe they don't know about it, and they need to know. How is it empowering you as an educator? All right, from different levels. So at this point in time, I want to recognize educators from, so educators at the primary school level, please be on your feet, then the rest of us will clap for you. Tusimame tafadhali. Then you can do drum roll, by the way. Drum roll for them. Drum roll as they stand. As they stand. Thank you very much. Educators from high schools. Drum roll as they stand. Thank you. Wonderful. Asanteni sana. Then educators from institutions of higher learning. All of them. Tusimame tafadhali. Drum roll. Thank you very much. Feel appreciated. Yes. Oh, institutions of higher learning are research institutions. No. All right. Educators from research institutions, drum roll please. Thank you so much. We appreciate to have you all here. We hope that this is going to be a meaningful workshop. At this point in time, I want to invite a very wonderful lady, the head of school at ADMI, Miss Caroline Sila, to tell us more about this particular workshop. Drum roll for Sila, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Very excited to be here today. Like Dr. Wekesa said, this has been in the planning for the last, I'd say 2 weeks actively. Immediately we signed the MOA, we got to work. And there's a lot more coming. Let me just say that. This is the first of many to come. Before I go into the details of today, I want to give you a bit brief about ADMI. I don't know if we are familiar with ADMI. Might not be. But Africa Digital Media Institute is a creative and technology training institute. We are based in Nairobi, town CBD at the moment, and we've been around since 2012. At ADMI, we're very passionate about empowering Africans' youth to tell the African story by turning their passion into profession. We do training, various training courses. We have foundation certificates, we have diplomas, we have degree courses coming up soon. And now we are also doing AI. We have the banner's gone. We have a banner around. Oh, there it is. With the courses that we offer, from film and TV to music production, sound engineering, graphic design, video gaming, 2D animation. Those are some of the diploma courses we offer. And from 2026 January, we're going to be offering degree courses on the same. We also believe that AI is not just about automation. We believe that it is a tool for creativity, for storytelling, and for solving real-world challenges in Africa and beyond. That is why at ADMI we are committed to integrating AI education into our programs and partnering with industry experts to unlock new opportunities for our students and also for the continent. We offer, in addition to AI for educators, we also have other AI courses that we offer. So we do specialization. We have AI for creatives, AI for business owners. We have AI for leadership teams. So we've specialized for each, and we do these sessions. We run these sessions from we either come to the institute to do the training, or we do it from ADMI as well. I'll go back to this forum today, why we are here. By partnering with MMU, we realized that we have the same passion. We're both driven and passionate about AI, and we want to empower not just our students, but everyone in our spaces. So we signed an MOA, and the first thing that we did was to have this summit where we brought together educators, and we want to train on AI. We want all of us to move together. We want us to use AI in class. We know our students are using AI in class, but we want to know, how do we manage, how do we handle that in this day and age? Because that's not going to end soon. After this session, we're going to have another one coming soon, which is a survival 101 for students on AI, where we're going to teach them about using AI in an ethical way and all that. That's coming soon. We're going to just look out for the on our media, social medias, you'll be able to see this, but we'll also be able to communicate to you when these are coming. So there's something coming for students. And then there's a big event that is coming in September, which is now going to be the one that is, the culmination of everything, which is the InterVarsity AI Summit, where this is going to be a nationwide summit, a conference that is going to be held in September. It's going to be hosted by ADMI, MMU, and the Ministry of ICT. So that's a big one that is coming up, which we will, again, communicate to you. Since you've signed up, we have your emails. We will send you communication as the dates approach. That being said, like we were told, we're not here to give speeches today. I do have the honor of introducing our key speaker today. Someone who's going to be training us, someone who's going to take us through how do we use AI? How do I use AI in my preparation, in my class? So allow me to give a brief profile of our speaker before he can join us. So speaker today is a notable tech entrepreneur with a flair for founding and scaling B2B technology enterprises. He is a big champion of Africa shaping its own technology future. He's passionate about AI and data science applications. He has founded Cine.ai, which is an AI product design studio that runs extensive research on various use cases and could be significant value to Africa's enterprises. His global experience includes leading roles in Kenya, Sweden, and San Francisco. He has a degree in business administration and finance and a specialization in corporate innovation from Stanford University. His achievements have earned him recognition as a Work Economic Forum Uplink contributor, an MIT Solve Fellow, and a place in Kenya's top 40. Should I say it again? His achievements have earned him recognition as a World Economic Forum Uplink contributor, an MIT Solve Fellow, and a place in Kenya's top 40 under 40. Highlighting his influence in driving innovation and economic growth. Allow me to welcome Mr. Bramwell Mwalo, who is going to be taking us through this session today.
Hi, everyone. Give me away from where you're sitting. This is the most punctual crowd I've seen in my entire life in a public university, so congratulations for that. Give yourself a clap. Now, I think because of the punctuality and tea, I'm just thinking, other than starting the session and then taking the break in between, I've consulted, I've been given the permission, I'm not hijacking the program. I think I would recommend we take the tea and then just come and I do the full block once and for all, right? If we can do it in 15 minutes so that we regain the time, right? And then we're able to be back by 10:30. I promise you I'm a very interesting speaker. And then I promise you that you will learn a lot that you won't find on Google. That's not entirely true. But anyway, you see, I'm already interesting. So let's take 15 minutes. I promise you will have fun. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Okay, just for simple guidance, we leave for tea through this door, and then we kindly request you, like, when you're having your tea, just stretch outside, enjoy your tea, look for the warthogs and baboons. Then when you're done, bring back your cup and your plate, leave it at the foyer, then you walk in and settle in for the training. For the guests sitting in front here, you'll be catered for. The rest, let's enjoy the walk. And may the tea be blessed. In Jesus' name, amen.
Check, check, check. Mic check one, check one, check one. Check one, check one, check one. Check one. Check one, check one. Check one, check one, check one, check one. Mic check one, check one, check one. Check one, check one, check one. Check one, check one. Check one, check one, check one. Mic test one, mic test one, mic test one. One. check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check, 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 check. Fine tune. Run. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Mic test one, mic test one. Mic test one, mic test one. Checking one. Checking, checking. Checking. Okay. Check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check.
Story, story. Story, story. And the backbenchers to come back. And the storytellers to sit down. Let's settle down so we're able to start, so that I don't extend your time into lunch. So I want you to look around, and if you see somebody who is walking and you know them, just shout their name. If you see somebody who's standing, who's talking, who's not settling, just say, yo, if you know their name. And if you don't know them, just walk to them and say, hey, my name is so-and-so. I'd like you to sit down. There's a lot of potential connections behind. So, for example, like Sila, come and sit. You know that, it works. Just wait and see. All right. We are ready? Good. My name is Bramwell Mwalo. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Syni.ai, SYNI. I've been in the AI world for, I think, more than 8 years. I know some of you are like, 8 years ago, there was anything to do with AI. Yes, I actually quit my job to start work in AI, and it was hard. Nobody understood anything I was saying at that time. But at least right now, I have a full room of people interested to hear. It's growth, eh? It's growth, yeah. So I'm actually humbled to be here, and I'm glad to make your acquaintance in this forum. My job here today is simple. It's just to help engage with you when it matters AI and AI for educators. So this session will have, are you able to reduce the high on this a little bit? The echo. Are you able to reduce the echo on this? I feel like there's somebody else talking. All right. Yeah, so we are going to have we're going to have 4 parts in this presentation. Some parts I will work with you, some parts you will listen to me because I'm the person here, right? Even if what I'm saying is not true, you agree with me, okay? Yeah, so that's me. I think Sila talked about that. With lights and video, I look better. Objective today is for you to really understand the basics of AI. And some of you at least have been listening into conversations during tea time, and people know a lot about AI. So I hope I'm able to add value to whatever you know. But my objective is at least after this session you can have very clever conversations with your colleagues and actually, look like you went to a proper training. So the first part to this conversation is fundamentals of artificial intelligence, just understanding artificial intelligence in general. What is artificial intelligence? Why why was it created, and how does it work? Now, before, if you could just please reduce for me the echo and the feedback, it will really help. Thank you. All right. Now, let's start together. Any volunteers who want to share very interesting things they have learned about AI since you knew about AI? This side? Volunteers? You know, my session is engaging. If you don't talk to me, I'll talk to you by force. So, volunteers? Yes, ma'am. I like the way you volunteer. Tunaenda, twende, wapi sijui. Interesting things you've learned, you know about AI that you found funny, interesting, intriguing.
Okay, interesting. Sometimes you believe AI completely, so I'm a lecturer. So there's a class I teach when I did some mathematical questions, I got the answers, and this answer kept being wrong. But I tried different AI tools, and it kept giving me the same answer. So I do not know if it learned the first answer and it kept giving me the answer. So I was sure this must be correct and I must be wrong. And the students came all to me and said, this is wrong. So you see, that's the interesting I can tell you about AI.
Nice. You're a geek. Is that funny? That's serious, right? Oh, I forget, I'm with lecturers. You guys are geeks. Okay. Your jokes, I'll try to have intelligent jokes. That's why you're not laughing at the first time. Now I get you. All right. This side, anybody with an interesting...
So I'm working on an animation project. And I was so excited when I saw a presentation at an event where somebody said, you press this button and it'll show you the animation. I was like, you found the animate button. Where is it? Show me. He said, we paid a Rwandan animator to do it.
For real, your jokes are too smart for me. And this side, I'm sorry if I don't laugh at your jokes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses. Mine is simple. I was working with the Kenya Police Service for about 18 years before I shifted to the academia. And all through these years, I have always wanted to do an expose of what is happening within the police service. So I was always noting down small things that were happening when I was in the training. When I was a trainer, I've been an instructor for about 7 years. So with the advent of AI, I just inserted and gave command, and I have my full book called Sworn and Shattered, which will be coming out in December, doing a full expose. That's all. So stand by for that book in December for a full expose.
Yeah, he's not a lecturer, right? That one, no.
My name is Bruce. I was teaching students on music video production and songwriting. So I gave an assignment, and students ultimately submitted their lyrics. Later I came to discover some of them used AI, and later they went on to do the music. It was AI generated. I decided to learn how to use it myself, so I know.
Yeah, now me and him connect because I'm also a musician. So, you see, you guys are geeks. That is funny. It is not funny to you guys. All right. Now, at least now we've established that I'm an interesting speaker. You've laughed. Now let's go to the serious stuff. Fundamentals of AI. So in a nutshell, just to make sure, principally, I always believe we establish definitions so that we understand that we are saying the same things, right? So artificial intelligence was created to extend human problem-solving capabilities by automating repetitive tasks, uncovering insights from vast data sets, and tackling complex challenges beyond manual computation. Now let me break it down very simply for everyone. Now, today, I ask you, Prof, can you remember the number of books you read when you were submitting your thesis for your PhD? You can't, but you have a PhD. You are given the power to. Can you remember all the chapters you read? As much as he's a professor, he's unreliable with remembering. No, is he a professor? He is the dean, like he's the authority of knowledge in that section. Where is your field? You know, the good thing is I can pick on you and get away because you invited me. So I can't pick on anybody else. You're dean of? He's the dean of media and communication, right? He talks, you listen, right? But he can't remember the books he read. So what if some of your books were decommissioned? Because either they gave wrong information, how will you know? I like it when, I've made the dean not to talk. Now, let's come back in terms of repetitive tasks. Let me use an example that the professor in the morning, Professor Luke Ngong, the DVC, right? Yes. And then he said repetitive tasks. For example, in the morning when you wake up, and the morning people, I've decided you guys like waking up in the morning. You guys do not like waking up in the morning. Now, these guys who like waking up in the morning, you wake up, you are a very good writer in the morning, you can do so many things in the morning, right? But the moment it hits 3 p.m., right? Now, those guys on this other side, they're very good with waking up at around 11, and they can stay up to network inashika hapo saa 11. Where are we going, eh? This side, right? The musicians. So, at that time, depending on the time of day, and let's even make it more complex. The previous night, either you had a fight with your wife or your husband or your child, I don't know, something happened, and you're coming in and somebody's talking to you and you're not even listening, right? But you're a great artist. But you're a great welder. You're a great computer scientist. You're a great software engineer. You're a great lecturer. You're actually great at what you do. But it depends on how you are as a person, and sometimes a repetitive task cannot replicate, or you cannot produce the same thing twice the same. How many people have loved a meal the first time you went to a restaurant and you went back to the same restaurant again and it didn't taste the same? Same chef, same restaurant, same meal. How many people have had that? I don't like finding good meals in restaurants because you know you will never eat it again and they won't give you the recipe, right? That's the thing. So human beings, we are not very good at repeating the same quality of work, and it doesn't matter how good you are at your task. Ronaldo, footballers, Manchester and all those people, footballers, right? Can the same striker score in every game the same way? They have good days, they have bad days, right? Now, let's go to uncovering insights. I've just asked the dean, who has like authority in terms of memory, good memory. There are some titles you can't get if you don't have some things, attributes, right? For you to be a professor, there's something about your memory that has to be good, right? Are you agreeing with me? Something about your intellectual ability to collect knowledge, interoperate knowledge, blah, blah, blah. There's some things about just your construct of how your mind works for you to become a professor, right? So, but then there is limitation in terms of computational ability. There are things you are not able to do as a human being. Now, as time went by, human beings realized there are things that machine can do better. For example, a machine can repeat the same tasks the exact same way 1,000,000 times and produce the same level of standard. A machine can remember 100 billion knowledge points. Now, let me give you an example. You know the ChatGPT 40 that you use, right, has 10 billion knowledge points. Do you know what knowledge points are? Going to look good in this forum today. Now, 10 billion knowledge points. Dean, Prof, today you're my partner here. Now, let me test knowledge points. Do you know how to ski? Do you know how to play football? Do you know why the referee raises the yellow card? Do you know why they have to stand straight and raise it up? Do you know where that culture started from? Do you know why ladies prefer dyeing their hair red? Do you know what makes it red? Yeah, he had to. Do you know what material the rubber, the sole of your shoe is made of? Yes or no? Here is a yes or no. Do you know? Yes, no. You know. Okay. Your specs. What material is used to cut the edges of your lens? Do you know? Or you're guessing? You know. It says diamond. That's a lie. Hallucination. This is a fake ChatGPT. Let me pick another one. You invited me, so here we go. Do you know the fourth president of America? No, hapa kuna aibu ni yes no, somewhat, sawa sawa. Do you know what makes a parachute stay on air in a prolonged duration of time, or descend at will? Somewhat. Yeah, somewhat. You have somewhat, right? Do you know why? Let me find another one. Do you know what material your braids are made of? Okay. Do you know why frogs croak at night? Do you know why crickets bug your ears? This one. These deans are hallucinating. They don't. Let me pick another random person. Yes, sir. Do you know what makes the screen of your phone light up when somebody calls? Do you know? Give me something that is something random knowledge. Do you know why apples are red? It's a yes or no. Don't try and imagine. I've never thought about that. It's okay. Huh? Do you know why a person at the age of 30 would have white hair? That one you know. Sheesh. I forget you guys are geeks. And I want you to remember the number of things I've asked if you know. Okay? Now, do you know? All of you at will, eh? If you know yes or no. Do you know why Iraq was bombed by the US? You know. Can you write for me an essay from top of your head on how it actually went on? All right. Do you know why we were given 3 names and not 1? You know. Can you write an essay about it? No. Now, how many knowledge points have I touched? Sorry? On a guesswork in answer. How many? 50? 30? I've touched quite a lot. Right? And who has scored 100% on the points of knowledge I have shared? Now, the AI has 7 billion knowledge points, things it knows. Who has not understood what I've said? That ChatGPT you use has 7 billion knowledge points. That means things it knows. Some it knows perfectly well, some it might need your guidance, but it knows about 7 billion things.
Now, some of these things that probably I've asked you, it has never occurred to you to know, right? But if you encounter the knowledge, you would know, right? For example, I can explain to you why an apple is red, right? Do you want me to? You want me to? I don't know. You can ask ChatGPT, but if I knew, I would tell you, right? Now, that's a human limitation. Now, moving it forward in terms of, when do you think artificial intelligence started? Don't read my slides. I can see people's eyes like, in 1956, that's the first time the name artificial intelligence started. And I know that could be surprising. Yes, artificial intelligence has been there for a while. It's just the maturity and realization of it, it's when it's being experienced. And I'll tell you what drives the maturity and why it is accelerating fast at this point. In 1966, these are interesting milestones that actually shaped artificial intelligence. In 1966, there was a chatbot called Eliza. So Eliza in itself tricked people in 1966 to think they're actually talking to a therapist. I'm not pointing fingers, but there are people here who started using ChatGPT like Eliza. So Eliza was the first chatbot that gave people the sense that it's actually, like, it gave people the impression that they're talking to a human being, but they were talking to a bot. So if you discovered AI in 2013 or 20, ChatGPT will talk a little, 2020, 22 or 21, huh? If you discovered AI, just know you are way late in the game. And then the other landmark is 1997, IBM launched Deep Blue that basically defeated one of the top, don't struggle with that name, it's complex, just know he was a top chess player. So the IBM Deep Blue beat this guy in chess, and people are like, wow. And it was basically self-navigating AI. And then in 2012, there was AlexNet. For those of us who probably have never used vision recognition AI, it's the most complex AI to build because it has to reason or understand knowledge like a human being to make difference between different knowledge points or diversion from knowledge. So that was a big deal when actually 2012, that's when the turnaround came. The OpenAI guys were able to raise a lot of money, and there was a lot of investment going into AI to make it work. In 2022, that's now where all of us became onboarded into AI. But then AI was never envisioned the way we are envisioning it. It was previously envisioned like this. The guys in manufacturing of vehicles wanted to use more of robotics to reduce their cost of manufacturing and to reduce errors when it comes to assembly. Because reliance on human beings, like I said, 2 hours, 3 hours, you're fresh. The next 3 hours, you're not fresh, right? So there's a lot of exposure to errors and stuff. In pharmaceutical, when it comes to research, they spend billions of dollars in research, and it's a gamble. You can even spend $1 billion in trying to discover medicine, and you will never discover it. And that's $1 billion into the sinkhole. Now, AI, how do we fast-track simulation, probability simulation? Because vaccine development is simulation. And we have an experience where, like COVID vaccine is an example of AI-generated sequencing. That one you knew, right? Guys, how many people knew that COVID vaccine was an AI-generated sequence? Oh, now you know. Okay. Now, as time went by, there came to a realization that for you to have a generally widely used, affordable to scale model, you might want to train an AI engine the same way a human being is trained. This is where this part gets interesting. I need 2 people who I can use. Dean and director. Director is back, so I've been using my hosts. Come. I've been using my hosts here. as props. Dean, come. Ah, you're not off the hook. Come. I hope you're following me. Now, in terms of job wise, who's senior to who? Ama muko same level? He's your dean. So he's your senior. Now, assuming this one has, hey, but now your height is not giving me it's not giving me the visual representation I need. This one won't work. Anyway, let's try. So let's assume his knowledge level is here, right? So over time, for our dean to get to where he is, he has accumulated knowledge over time, right? He went to primary, he went to secondary, he went to campus, akachapo character development hapo. Yes, no? Yes. Alafu, he probably got married, he got kids, he continued with his journey. Yes, no? Yes. Then he's gone, he's where he is, right? He has a title, dean, right? Director, yeye labda sa zile dean alikuwa na chapo ni director, character development, wewe ulikuwa unafanya nini? Wewe bado ulikuwa usijui kenye ulikuwa unafanya. Labda you're the one who's beating people, character development. Now, he's grown right now based on his knowledge, experience, the way life has gone with him, he's become director, right? Are we together? I need you to go with me. I've invested in this presentation and I need you to laugh at the end of it. Now, him in himself, there are things he knows very well, right? That this guy cannot tell him anything about, right? Because he's the authority in his field. And there are things he knows, like you saw him talk about research earlier. In this university, we have with authority. You guys remember? So research, we know research and innovation in this university is the authority, right? Now, there was a journey to it. He didn't just wake up one day and say, from today, I am the head of. No, there wasn't, is it? Now, the same way AI, there was a realization that it is very expensive to develop AI for research and AI for dean of. Yeah, is it? Because it simply means he can't do anything. Can he fly a plane? Are we aligned? Can he fly a plane? Now, if you take him to flight school now, how difficult do you think it's going to go to get him to actually learn how to fly a Boeing? Because it takes an average of about 8 years for you to get your first Boeing license, right? Now, do you think at the spec he is right now, I think you guys don't know my jokes. At the spec he is right now, do you think he's going to take 8 years to know how to fly a plane? No, because there are already biases. There are already things that have already been embedded in him that cannot change, right? Now, who's the youngest person in the room? Let me see if I can judge. Who's the youngest? Who feels like they're the youngest? Huh? Come. Come and come. You are trying to avoid. You come. Come and come. Now, if you were to put money between this side of the whatever and this side of them, in terms of picking one of them and training them in a career that basically 5 years from now, they're going to be the best at it and they're going to make sure that all the money they get will be yours. Which one will you bet on? See mimi nimesema? Why? Why? Because it is cheaper and easier to train those who have general knowledge of life than those who have fixed direction in life. That gave birth to artificial general intelligence, and that is the ChatGPT you are using. Nipigie makofi. Thank you, guys. Have I simplified that for you? Okay? Now, what is artificial general intelligence? Artificial general intelligence was given birth to, and that is what we use every day, to allow for general training of a model that knows everything about everything and can be trained to be specialist at something. Okay? Okay. Now, forms of artificial intelligence. Now, this is where I was coming into. Now, there are various forms of artificial intelligence, but these are the ones that are known. So, you know the things that you do, like when you do phone calls and there was something answering you, probably there. That's an example of narrow AI. So, between this side and that side, which one would you call narrow AI? Between this side and that side, who will you say are narrow AI? That side, eh? Why are you guys? Oh, he's the dean, and most of you are lecturers here. Don't worry, we are protected. Eh? It's that side, eh? Narrow AI. And then you have artificial general intelligence, which is the chat GPT stuff that you're using, which can be used as a... So the chat GPT is simply the guys on this side who've already been trained, generally in fields of knowledge. Like they have a 70, I think ChatGPT right now scored how much? The 4.0 mini scored how much in... Do you guys follow this thing? Normally these things are given tests to do. So yes, you said math. You gave it a math question. Yeah, so it doesn't score 100% in math. It scores about 83. DeepSeek is the best in math. DeepSeek is the best in math. It gets like about 90, 92, 93. Grok tries, but Grok is good with story marketing. But then you find that some of these can even score, like I think the one that has scored the best in, like in legal, they'll score differently with Harvard. They'll score different marks, but they're just general, they can do general things from the world that they're given. Now, there's reactive machines. Reactive machines are simply machines that have been built to do a specific thing, and these are the machines that are mostly used in robots. Are we aligned? So ukienda hapo kusema I'm in AI, just know AI is more than chat. Gosh, you guys are taking it personal. I'm not targeting you. AI is more than? AI is more than? How many people use AI here? Look at the way I've killed your confidence in one sentence. Limited memory. Limited memory is simply what the self-driving cars use. So because what it has just been taught to think, it cannot think outside the dimension of its knowledge, which is, this is the road, this is the pedestrian, this is another car, and it is trained around those rules. If it breaks those rules, it's punished. If it follows those rules, it's rewarded. So limited memory is the type of AI that is used in cars, self-driving cars. Theory of the mind, this one you've never interacted. This is what Elon Musk is trying to build by putting a thing in the back of your mind. It's simply a type of AI that can interface with a human mind seamlessly and function like a human being. Like even read your mind, think like you, imitate you, and you don't even need to give it data for it to give you an output. I know that one is making like, huh? Imagine an AI telling you, I'm feeling warm today. Don't take it further than that. So we have self-aware, self-awareness. This is the last three are not yet. They are super intelligent. They're almost there. And three things drive the maturity of AI. Number one is the volume of data. AGI was made possible by the maturity of internet. There's so much information out there that allowed this AI, these models to be trained with so many knowledge points. Like right now, if you go to Google and say, how do you ski? How many people know what skiing is? Skiing. Like you see kwa snow, ukislide. Hiyo ni ski. Skiing. Mtaka niweke hiyo skiing. Super intelligent AI is what is probably used by people like the space guys, SpaceX, NASA, and probably anybody who has access to quantum computing. Ask ChatGPT what quantum computing is. Okay? Great. These are words that we see every day. I'm just making sure we are saying the same thing. So by the time I come to AI for educators, akuna o, a, and then if I say something you don't like, you don't take it personal. It's not me who said it, okay? So I'm just setting down the rules, okay? All right. So these are the words that we use every day. We use machine learning. And I've had a lot of people interchange, AI and machine learning. Do you know the difference of that? That is like saying, I have a car and an engine. I'm not pointing fingers. I know the people in this room never say that, right? AI and machine learning. Hata kwa LinkedIn umeweka hivyo. AI, machine learning, you put it in your LinkedIn. It's like saying, I'm into cars and engines. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is the process of building algorithms that learn patterns from data and make accurate predictions. Machine learning is a very early stage of AI. That is the pattern of data sense making by training machines to make sense of data. Deep learning, however, is the ability to mimic the neural network in your brain, in the sense that your brain has some exponential capacity that you don't even know about. Red apple, what did you see? White horse, what did you see in your mind? White horse. Bramwell running. Guys, you see, I bet you saw me running even though I didn't. That is the ability of your mind to take data and actually convert it into an image. What is the tallest mountain in Kenya? Between Mount Kenya and Mount Kilimanjaro, which one do you like? You see, the ability of your mind to pick data from one point to another, translate it into a feeling called like, and then come back with a result. I think I like Mount Kilimanjaro. To you, you think it's just a process of, I like it. No, you did not. It's actually, if you put it here, you know that thing when ChatGPT is telling you thinking, or working, and then, okay, then, that is what your brain does. Are you following me? Like with all the technology in the world, there is no machine that can match your brain's computational power. Now, the unfortunate thing is that computation power is given to people who can only use only 5% of it. It's not me who said. Like imagine. Let me bring it closer to home. Now, hey, this one will be personal, but let me pick somebody who looks like they won't take it personally. You who is pointing you, I'm picking you. What car do you drive? Rush. Now, give her a V8. I give you a Porsche V8, turbo, twin turbo. What will you do with that car? Now that's what I mean. Watu wenye wako na capacity ya Rush wamepewa Porsche V8. The difference is the same. I told you, I hope you'll understand my jokes. But the difference is the same. That's the thing. We operate, our brains have the capacity to actually power an entire rocket ship to discover Mars for years, but you didn't know your brain can even do that yourself. Musiende- No, but that's the fact. There is no quantum computer in the world that has been discovered that has the same computation power as a human brain. I'm not talking about whether you're smart or not. Me, I'm just talking about the structure of your. How you use it, that's entirely a totally different. Together. Now, deep learning is the process of mimicking how your brain works and process, stores, relates. That's deep learning. Learning, this particular model can generate its own information, not what you told it to say. Now, let me take you back a bit to computer science. Now, computer science is I have a set of rules. And this set of rules, I embed them in a computer. And the computer's job is simply to follow this set of rules. And it is simply as this. If a man wearing your blazer greenish, okay. You know nowadays men are sensitive with colors. So, you know, I say if a man with a green blazer walks in the room and sits in the front row, sit on the left, give wako na wivu. Hawasemi mimi ni good teacher. Knowledge points, I've explained what knowledge points is. Now, the world with artificial intelligence is the world for you or against you. Now, you've had these really interesting things. 10,000 times. Kama nimechoka, sijachoka, I can. You can remember 10 things, I can remember 10 billion things. You can't do the same task twice, I can do the same task 10 million times the exact same way without compromising quality. Is that world for you or against you? And especially those of us whose employment is repeating the same thing over and over again. There's somebody here who's given me a look of, is that world for you or against you? Now I want you to talk amongst yourself. In is walanyeti, sindio? Is this world of AI for you or against you? And I want us to, I'll take, bunch like, talk amongst yourself and you're like, how do you feel, And then we'll have one person, I'll pick one person randomly per bench to give me their thoughts on, is AI for you or against you? You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Still, I'll ask you. Hmm? 5 minutes, I'll pick, or you said that you pick one person to represent you. One more minute. Okay. So, wacha nianze na hao watu wa nyuma kidogo. You know who I'm coming for. These ones don't know the question. Who wants to try behind here? For you or against you? AI.
Yeah, my name is Paul Dalizu. I'm from JCOT. I think it will be faster, to produce more quality papers, and people to have an impact and to be better people. So that aspect gives you leverage for them to use it as a tool. Just like you can be in a shamba, you can decide to take a hoe, to take more time, or you can take a machine, a tractor, or you can take the mechanized. So that one really makes it to be easier and for you to produce good fruits or good produce if you're a farmer. In the context of an educator, gives you're able to give better students, high quality students, and people will be able to appreciate who teaches you and what is the impact you create in their lives. Thank you.
Somebody else?
We said both. My name is Dr. Joyce Ngugi, ADMI counselor. We said the benefits are a bit more than the risks, though, because of speed, scalability, and what was the other one? Problem solving. But then the risks are actually higher. One of us tried to put in all of the Albert Einstein formula, and it looked like only the stuff that's already uploaded previously was there, but not the very in-depth working of the thing. The other risks are, of course, the deepfakes, the horrible use of AI by people who are violating others, and many more risks which involve ethical misuse.
All right. I think Doc amewambililia nyi wote, si ndio? Huku mbele mmeongea sana, right? Or you wanted to say something? Which one? This one? Me, I think you guys are intimidating me. Some people have already put Albert Einstein in.
Good morning. I'm excited to be here. In fact, Professor Mayaka is my professor. I used to study here, and he's telling me I'm excited also to be learning with my student. So my name is Ken Rono from M-Pesa Foundation Academy. I've had a discussion here about how AI is for us or against us. So for a larger extent, I would say it is for us. And to a smaller extent, we can use AI to make work easier. But on the other side, you find that AI can be used in a wrong way, like how she has explained how AI could be used as a cybersecurity issue. So, but on a larger extent, AI is for us. Personally, I'm a teacher of design. I teach students how to build software and hardware. They now do much faster than before. But on writing essays, we realize they cheat us. So we need to buy another software to check whether this student is cheating you. So it's becoming a long route. But we've just decided that AI is for us. Thank you.
Perfect. Good. I really needed the next slide, so we'll buy some time to wait. Now, for you or against you is debatable, right? Is debatable. And why is it debatable? Is because when I was in MIT, there was this author who wrote the book Homo Sapien. And in one of the conversations he's had, he said something that was very profound in terms of when you're building technology, you need to think about it the way Mother Teresa would think about it, at the same time, the way Osama bin Laden would think about it. Did you hear me? Now, me, I'm always running around, I'm an African tech entrepreneur, I'm always building things. So I've built about 3.5 companies. 3.5. Now, 2, very successful, did very well. 1, a disaster. Because I got into bed with these investors people had a different plan with the tech we had built. Me, I was building a tech that was going to help SMEs access financing without the need of collateral. How amazing is that? Kumbe hapa kuna watu wa biashara. This is the most serious look people have given me, like, Yes, we tried to build that tech and it worked. Especially for those who had, contracts from government, from parastatals, from NGOs. They would access full amount of what you need, no security required. In probably even up to, I think there's a time we funded a deal about $2 million without security. The tech could make that possible. But however, these people I got into, the business with, they were like, this tech can be used for something else. I won't go into the details of the something else, but it was something I could not do. So every piece of technology has two sides. Mother Teresa and, no, we can use them. They're both dead, so we can use them as a reference, right? Now, let's come back to our AI. Now, this is the reality I need you to have sink in your mind, especially for those who are not yet comfortable with AI. How much money has gone into AI right now? Just in the three main capital markets for technology investment, that is New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and Hong Kong Exchange, 1.7 trillion has been invested since 2023. That is the amount of money that took the internet-based businesses, the Amazons, Microsoft, the big guys that you hear and you're like, wow, Apple. It took them 20 years to mobilize that amount of money. AI business has mobilized that amount of money in 2.5 years. Outside the public investments, you're talking about, in that 2 years, $200 billion in the US only had been directed in AI businesses. What does that mean? It means AI is here to stay because people have to recover there. Now, if you're not into business and complicated thinking and conspiracy theories, by the way, let me detour a bit. I like making, let me just detour. How many people like watching CSI documentaries? I knew it. It's like 500 women and then 3 men. But that's a totally different. It's not relevant. I just wanted to test something. But are you with me? AI is here to stay. I actually wrote it here in small letters so that I can help you understand. Behind your mind, somewhere deep there, just know AI is there to stay. And the people who've put in that kind of money in it, they will make sure they have gotten there. That means there is more product you're going to get for AI. More product. That means if you don't work with AI, those who work with AI will take your job. And those who know how to work with AI will basically define the... Unfortunately, I did want to put this screen so that the reality of AI sinks in. And it's not a scary moment, it's a reality moment. Do you remember? Yeah, that is I'll probably share these slides, but I want you to take a photo of that and look at it every time somebody tries to convince you that AI is not going to go anywhere. AI is not redefining our world by the changes it brings. but we are by how much we are willing to change to embrace it. AI is not changing anything. What AI has done is this. AI has just brought some level of awareness and access that we didn't have before. What we do with it is up to. Now let me give, please don't stone me. I know this could have happened to some of us, but I'll use this example because it's the closest I can get. This one is tricky. Between dean and director, who do we choose? This one is personal. Between, what do we choose? Director. Director. Director, come. Hi. The young person, another young person in the room. Oh, come. You are young. No, I don't want to use a girl. This example is sensitive. Come, dude. Hi. Remember that time I was telling you director was doing character development. And you said, okay. Do you remember that time I was telling you the director was doing character development at some point? Now, how old are you? Just lie. Give me a fake number. No, let's say he's 30. No, 30 is too old. You're 25. No, I'm older than that, so don't worry. I'm not judging. Hey, this place, people are sensitive. Are we together? Now, he's 25. What's your name? Remind me your name. Ken. So Ken gets a phone number and is told he's never seen his father. You see why I was telling you it was sensitive. Ken has never seen his father, 25 years. Then he started asking questions. The mother gave, or the uncle or somebody, gave him a number and said, Ken, call this number and tell this man that you are his son and try and meet him and start building a relationship with your dad, right? Ken, do the necessary. Ken calls director. First missed call, hii ni number nani, Director sees a text letter. Hi, I'm Ken, your son. Given you the number by, and then there's a name there. The director looks and say, yeah, definitely makosa hapo hezi kwa imefanyi. And then he panics, and then he calls again. Then director is like, he picks like, hi, how are you? How do you think that will, what do you think that moment will do to Ken, to director? You see, he can wish it away, right? He can wish it away and bury his head in the sand and say, it can't be, After all these years, why? Why now? Is it true? Is it possible? There are two things involved. Either he agrees to meet with him to get to know the full story, right? Or bury his head in the sand, but it doesn't change the fact that, let's assume it's the truth. Najua kuna watu wa hesabu wameanza hapa, DNA, these things. No, wacheni hesabu mingi. It's the truth, right? It's the reality. Hata tufanye DNA ama tusifanye, the fact remains. There are two ways to go about it. He buries his head in the sand and then continues living with this. No, it can't be. Right? He tries about 10 times, he gives up, he moves on with his life. His father doesn't want anything to do with. Right? The other way, which is, he can't sleep. He can't sleep, he's like, hey, let me go just meet this boy. And then he meets the boy. And he's like, this boy can even, if you look at him, he's likely to dress better than director, right? Let's just assume he's making more money than. Let's just assume his car. Director is landing with a rush. The supposed son is rendering with a V8 Porsche. Wachana na V8 Toyota. V8 Porsche. Now, the son, the supposed dad, said we meet where? We meet in Java. Yeah, Kimbandaski, sindio? But then it's like, no. I'll have my driver come and pick you, and then can you imagine the kind of confusion that will be in his mind? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what AI is doing to you. It actually showed up, and it can do nearly half the things you know how to do. You cannot ignore it. Everybody around you is using it, and it basically makes you look a little bit stupid. You see the feeling this guy has right now for a son he never knew about showing up with everything he ever wanted. But he doesn't. And then he has to sit there, look at this child who he abandoned for how many years? 25 years. And he has to live with it looking at him every day. What you decide to do with that information is entirely up to you. I hope I brought it back home. That's what I'm talking about. What you do with that information is up to you, right? It's the same road, but it's a totally different. In some cases, some of us just wanted to move from point A to B. But then the roads are so good, everybody is moving, everybody has a car, but right now the skill that is needed is a safari rally driver. There you are there like, but what is the point of driving the car like this, like this, like this, like, if you don't want to drive, leave it. But then, if everybody is driving, you might as well have an interesting skill, right? Which is rally driving. Now, 5 years from now, the skill that will be needed in education is not a lecturing skill. And I'll explain it this way. And this one, I'm not trying to be a lure or anything. But I'll tell you a little bit about myself, with all humility. I am a musician. I songwrite, and a lot of the songs I've written have made it to top charts. Don't ask me which one. I play piano, violin, and the guitar. Okay? I am a poet. I write poems. I also am very good with strategy. I help them survive. That's what pays me, not even tech. In tech, I understand how to build different types of techs. I can design defense architectures. I can design finance architectures. I can do all those things. Are you proud of me? Okay. What did I do in school? Guess what I went to school to do. I said guess, don't remember what I said. Yeah, so by the way, I struggled with applied statistics. I changed at year 2.5, I changed to general business. Even actuarial, I struggled with all those. You know, after that class of equation, I changed to business administration, finance, and banking. So that's the degree I finished, undergraduate. My master's, guess what I did? I did, and it was on scholarship, I did finance, corporate finance. I did masters in finance, masters of science in finance, and I did 2 majors, corporate finance and project finance. That's what I did. Guess what? My first interview was to be an accountant. Do you think I passed or I failed in that interview? Failed. So, have you liked how I have presented to you AI? Do you think I know my stuff? I told you these guys here in the middle, they're very jealous. They just look at me like, Bramwell, like we didn't come here to, like. Don't worry, it's for your benefit. I'm sharing this. Do you guys think I'm good at what I do? Genuinely, right? Now, whether you say it or not, I'm good at what I do. But I've never practiced finance a day of my life. I use it. And the stuff I do for business, I use it. I know a lot of corporate finance stuff. I know how to structure deals. I know how to structure different things in finance, but I've never really worked in finance. All the skill I have in music that has paid me, I self-taught. How to play the guitar, how to play the piano, how to play the violin, I self-taught. Technology stuff, machine learning, artificial intelligence. There's a time I went to interview. I started a company 8 years ago, and I was trying to interview for somebody, and this person, I was actually trying to hire somebody from Safaricom. And there was somebody who's data scientist stroke machine learning engineer. Interviewed this person. He asked me a few questions. I felt stupid. I abandoned that project. Went to do online and all that learning. I self-taught myself for about a year. Did AI and all that stuff. And that's how I started knowing stuff about AI. That's time, at that time. I never have been to a class for these things that I am actually talking to you about. What am I trying to say? How people learn for certification is not how people learn for food. And what earns you money and what secures your future is not the conditional stuff. It is the need stuff, the thing I need to do, right? You're a music songwriter, teacher, right? I could have been your student, right? Right now I have potential to be your student, right? Or I might actually teach him, right? Now, but you realize that learning is changing, right? The way we learned 5 years ago, the way we learned 10 years ago is different and it's changing. That's a reality you need to have. I'm going to land that point soon. I just want that to bother you a bit. Now, what are they both doing? Huh? So what job do you think this one is doing? No. Like as there, wacha ku project. Wacha ku apply. Fanya applied picturing or whatever. Eh? Let's just focus on this. What do you think? What job do you think she's doing? She can only be doing one thing there, right? Which is typing, is it? Can she be sending an email? Can she be designing a software? Can she be structuring a deal? What else is she doing? Could she be building a software? It's only one thing she can do, right? Which is typing, right? What do you think? Those hands, I'm not sure if it is. No, it's she. So, what do you think? Let's say they. What do you think? What do you think she's doing? I just like the way your minds have gone like, yeah, she could be doing anything, right? No, she's not just typing. She could be typing. She could be designing a software. She could be talking to somebody else. She could be attending a meeting. Actually, she could be taking a selfie, right? Or she could be sending money, right? But this person is only doing. I want this picture to sink. Because where you are right now without AI is you can only do one thing. But with AI, you could be doing anything. Because in this case, when the typewriter was there, what was the process of becoming a secretary? Yeah, secretary. My mother was a secretary, right? And they had this prestige, right? First of all, you had to go study shorthand. Right? And that shorthand thing was like writing Arabic, right? And it's like, Mom, you understand those things? Yeah, you need to understand. Now, imagine when the voice recorder came, what happened to that whole shorthand science? Now, there's a museum. There's a museum in the US that has shorthand as threatened knowledge that is about to disappear. Did that sink in? Okay. How many years ago was shorthand relevant? Give it a number. Well, let's say 30, right? Shorthand. Like if you're a secretary and you can't even get a secretarial job if you don't know. There are guys here who don't know what shorthand is. Ken, do you know what shorthand is? Do you know what shorthand is? This is the first time you've heard it. Gosh. These guys, all of you know shorthand. No, I doubt. Do you know shorthand? Do you know shorthand? How do you know shorthand? You Googled. Now, was this lady here good at her job? Guys, come back to class. Come back to class. Was this lady good at her job? Did this machine make her knowledge irrelevant? In context, yes. Let's stop being nice. In context, yes. She's not going to use the typewriter anymore. She needs to learn how to use. For her knowledge to be useful, she needed to change the context. Guys, I'm saying big points and you guys are not following. That's the place you missed. You're like, yes, Bramwell, clap for me. For her knowledge to be useful, she needed to change her operating context. She didn't become, if she did not change her operating context, she is irrelevant. No matter how good she is as a secretary, right? She needs to send an email. She needs to type a She needs to do more. That gives the birth to the executive assistant. Come on, guys. Give me an amen. All right. Now here we are. Now nimewafikia. Jambia jirani ametufikia. So, I asked this question earlier. Educators, is it a friend or is it a foe? Before we answer that question, let's define who an educator is. I wish I didn't put the screen there and then ask, these guys who call themselves educators, do they even know what the definition of an educator is? But I missed my mark there. So, an educator, who's an educator? So just make sure we understand what an educator is. An educator is an individual who facilitates learning and development in a formal or informal setting. So, in simple terms, an educator is anybody who teaches anything. Right? Your mother was an educator? Right? They taught you how to eat, taught you how to wash, taught you to do that, right? Formal or informal, right? Now, let me ask you, everything you've learned in your life, have you been taught by a human being? Guys, I know it is a sensitive topic. It's not me saying, mi nauliza tu, si kwa ubaya. Everything you've learned in your life, have you been taught by a human being? I want to hear your thinking.
Even the things that I've learned online that I Googled or that I asked AI, that's like the knowledge repository of my entire culture. So it was all put there by human beings.
Mi hapa mi sina maoni, nyinyi muniambie. Kuna maoni version 1. The next one, somebody else of a different thought. Prof, you want to try? I feel rejected. You have thoughts? You have thoughts on that topic?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Professor Mayaka, Dean of Engineering from this university. I think there are a lot of things that we can learn without necessarily being taught by somebody else. And this comes from the environment you are interacting with, either being a machine or the natural environment. It dictates, and you see, the 5 senses that we have will make you to learn some things that, yeah, thank you.
All right.
Mrej Makoching. I think just to add on what Professor Mayaka said, there is the inborn ability to learn where we end up educating ourselves. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes and no. A lot of the knowledge out here is accumulated, yes? The big photo is out. You guys are going to look nice.
There is also the knowledge of the Holy Spirit.
How did you miss that? Definitely. All right. So, education is a factor of how you're instructed, how you access that instruction, right? So education is not just about you sitting there and accessing it. It's a process of this information being put together, validated, handed down, transferred, stored, all that stuff, right? There's a process to that. But focusing on an educator, somebody who actually helped you develop, and develop means you moved from one position of knowledge to another, right? One position, I'm not talking about position of, knowledge. You knew something like today, I'm not your developer, I'm your educator. I have educated you on things. Some of the things you probably knew a bit of it, you've gotten to a better position of knowledge, right? And in confidence. There are some probably gaps you had in how you understood AI. Today you basically have probably a better understanding. There's probably more to learn, way more to learn. But then you're at a better place. So I have been able to basically help you learn something or help you develop a certain thought process further. Are we aligned? I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. So what do educators do? Educators help design, deliver, and assess instructional experiences that help others acquire knowledge, skill, or critical thinking. So as an educator, you affect a fellow human being in 3 ways. You help them know something they didn't know, right? Have a skill, be able to do, right? If I walked in here, I didn't know how to sing, I sit with him, I'll walk out knowing how to sing. That's a skill, right? I came in here, I didn't know how to build a software, I go out knowing how to build a software, right? Then the third thing is how I think. That's the most underrated part of education. Impacting how people think. I think we believe in knowledge more than thought transformation. I think, right? Now, how has education evolved? The truth is, education is no longer a human-to-human exchange. And I'm not saying, and I agree with her point, as much as sometimes there is technology in between, you probably will see a video of a human being, it's an article a human being has written, there's a human somewhere, but I'm talking about the exchange, right? The exchange is no longer human to human. It's not completely, it's no longer human to human only exchange, but then it includes technology-mediated learning modalities, like what you're looking at here, if I walk out of this room and you just scroll through the screens, will you get something out of the slides? Yes, is it? That's a modality. If I put this online and I recorded myself, would you learn from me? Would you have ever probably met me? No. Now, I want this to also imprint because it affects us as educators. Technology-mediated learning modalities have reshaped education as we know it. And AI is now an integral part of AI is now an integral collaborator, delivering adaptive instructions, real-time feedback, and scalable personalization at unprecedented speeds. Now, remember that course I took where there was an equation for 3 hours? If AI was the one teaching me, guess what the prompt will be? Help me understand the law of actuary, noting that I'm dyslexic. Now, Dean, I'm back. Now imagine I come and tell Dean, I love the way you teach, but I struggle to follow how you teach. I want you to teach me like I'm dyslexic. Do you know how to do that? Are you with me? I probably would not have dropped out of actuarial if I had AI. If I had ChatGPT, I probably may not have dropped. If I have ADHD, right? I may not have dropped because I would have simply said, please break down for me this equation in a manner that I can understand, considering that I have ADHD or dyslexia or something else. And because it has all these points of knowledge, what would happen? Contextual education. Underline that, do research. So that I make sure next time you invite me to continue this, I will not tell you what it is. Dean, did you hear that? All right. The shock, the change, the new reality. Yes, a lot of the things I'm saying are actually shocking in terms of the reality of AI is there. And a lot of these things, like remember, there's somebody who's called me saying they are my son, Me, I don't want to be bothered right now. It's okay, but it doesn't change the fact that you have a son somewhere. Now, this is how AI is going to affect your path as an educator. What we know now may not be what we need to know now. For example, a secretary who is able to use a typewriter and can type how many letters per second? Okay, computer comes. What that secretary knows and can do, is it what she needs to know now? Are you with me? What we learn may not be what they learn. They will learn. This one now, I think me and you will relate. Oh, I just didn't graduate, but I did my PhD. Guys, hi. Now, you know the stress you go through in terms of the library. As much as there was Google, you just want to sabotage me. So, are we together? You remember? And especially if you had a difficult professor. I hope you are kind to your students. Who they read your research statement. Now what is this? I can't tell what you are researching. It is vague. How many people have gone through that? What are your variables? Your research objectives? What is this? Like, what is this? This research objective, what is it? Eh? It is not measurable. You all have done research methods, I'm assuming, right? Senor? And you wonder, like, what does a research objective look like? Is it? The way we learned how to cross that bottleneck is not the way a child who's born today is going to learn that, right? Are you with me? Are you with me? Now, there are some of us who will be so offended that the kids who are born these days don't have to go through what you went through when you're learning. The kids nowadays are very, guys, anajua hii room iko na bloomers, iko na millennials, iko na Gen Z. Alpha tu ndio wako hapa, but najua si wote tuko hapa. What is that? The kids of these days are very lazy, right? Baby boomers walituambia vile walienda shule bila viatu. Millennials wanawaambia vile walichapwa, si ndio? Eh? The bougie millennials will tell you the way they had to Google or they had to type an entire essay for how many pages, right? But then, I think some millennials are feeling so offended that the Gen Zs actually have ChatGPT while they are in school. And you can't process it. You're like, what? Like, why would life be so easy for you? Like, you can't process it, right? So how we learned about things may not mean that is how they. The other one is how we learned may not be how. Yeah. Sorry, the other thing is what we learned may not be what they will learn. There's somebody who used a very interesting visual. Like when you say, call me. What user, let me just see, I'll tell your age when you say, call me. When you want to signal to me, call me, what would you do? No, just be confident. Just do something. Call me. Show me. Eh? Where is this you brought me here? Like, hapa ni wapi umenileta hapa? Hapa ni wapi umenileta Sila? Where is this you brought me? But anyway, I'm having a lot of fun. So most of us, at this, the average age in the room, most of us will do this. Because this is the early memory you have for what a phone is. But if you look at the younger Gen Zs and Alphas, they'll basically do. Yeah. Because this is how they know the phone. Wewe mtu ake kuvideo call unashtuka. Unataka nini? Ukiona tu video call umeshtuka ni nini? Mbona unipigi simu? But what have they done? So what you learned may not be what. Now, you remember that story I gave you for Mother Teresa and? As much as I'm an advocate of AI, my job is to basically give you both sides. This is how AI is going to transform education. AI is going to accelerate personalized learning paths. Remember the story I gave you of a long equation and me being able to ask AI to give me a contextual learning framework for somebody with dyslexia? Are you with me? That's what personalized learning path is. Instant feedback and grading. Like you can actually give an online assignment and score, and you don't have to do. How many of you have experienced missing marks? I'm not pointing fingers. Dean, end of the semester. How many lecturers? Mr. John, Mr. Karaoke, hizo marks, you know you need to upload them. And imagine actually, you actually set the exam and you don't have to mark it. Teach a class, but you don't have to set the exam. It doesn't make it wrong, right? If you taught the right thing, that's that's another thing. If you are a good lecturer, you actually taught the right thing, you didn't skip classes, you won't have a problem with AI evaluating your students, right? And reporting scores. That's the future. It may not be happening here, but it's happening elsewhere in the world. Content generation, 4-hour-7 support. Imagine a student calling you at midnight. Hello, director. You know, this is the time I actually am able to work. Can I take 5 minutes of your time? Hii ni masaa gani hawa watoto wananipigia? But I'm actually able to get full 24-hour support with, when I wake up, I can actually ask ChatGPT anything. I can collaborate with it at 2 a.m. for an assignment, if that's when my mind is active, right? So let me make a confession. Sila, next time you give a speaker an invite, you give them like a month, not a week. So I was working on this presentation yesterday night, at midnight, Apple. Now imagine if I was calling her, what is the profile of the people? Da, 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 da. It's going to be weird, right? Predictive interventions, where you're able to predict the learning patterns of your students and if your methodology works or not. And I'm happy to say some of those things like predictive analytics for that level. That's one of the products that my company is actually building. So I'm not talking about things that are happening in the US. Where we're able to predict to you like about 70% of your students will actually get a career in this field or not, based on their behavior when it comes to either learning or how they perform in exams. And even how they answer questions, you're able to predict the outcome of a student and even change the methodology of how you are teaching them. How cool would that be? How cool would that be as an educator? Where you're able, hiyo AI inakwambia, manze hapo unakula Kiswahili peke yako. You know, in most cases, if I was to take the teachers who taught me, it would be said that, nyinyi ni vitwa? Hamski kitu, si ndio? Data-driven insights integrated in learning, that's what I've explained. Academic dishonesty, that is the dark side. Academic dishonesty enables students, and I've had people talk about it in essence, and this is in the sense, where's the balance in terms of wewe unatumia ChatGPT kutengeneza coursework, but wewe hautaki wa students wajibu na ChatGPT. How unfair are you? But where is the balance, right? Where is the balance of that? The balance comes in terms of AI by itself is a native product that requires authority to work with. Because like a human being, it makes, that's the thing about intelligence. Intelligence is never perfect. It is subject to translation. It's subject to bias. It's subject to all these things that come with understanding of knowledge, interpretation of knowledge, generation of information, and blah, blah, blah that comes with intelligence. So for you to effectively use it, there is some level of understanding you need to have established first before you use it accurately. Are we together? Because don't lie to yourself, as much as made AI to look good, we have not gotten to a point where AI is self-aware. Even human beings, we struggle with self-awareness. Have you ever met somebody who's just a liar? Like they lie. They wake up, they just lie. They lie. But they don't know they're lying. They're like, mimi nimekudanganya. For example, we won't mention names, right? Now, let me pick another one. I picked a bad example. I hadn't thought about it. No, that was not my intention. Yeah. No. Before. Let me pick another one, right? Somebody who gets angry very fast, right? Guys. expect them not to copy paste. Ask them a question in such a way that even if they use ChatGPT, they will have to do the work. That means you change, they change, right? Are you hearing me? That is something you need to help your students with, the dark side of AI. Protect academic integrity. The other thing is over-reliance, and this cuts across you and your students. Now, I was a lecturer for 2 years. Na mnajua hiyo biashara ya lecturing, your base salary is this. But your class salary is... No, guys, I'm not me. People's faces have changed. Like Bram will watch a shout. Your base salary is this, right? Your retainer is this, right? But depending on the number of classes, is the difference between 100,000 shillings a month and 500, 600,000 shillings a month, right? For those of you who are in proper universities. Nimechoma? But are you with me? Now, because of your workload, sometimes you have so much to cover and you need the simplest way to do things, right? So what happens? What has ChatGPT done for you? Your notes have become better because you don't need to Google and copy paste from here, try make a document. All you do is to just take the course brief, is it? I hope I'm not teaching you guys hacks. Take the course brief, attach it in there, define the profile of your students. Ama mwendangi hiyo level. Mnaendanga, define the profile of your students and the outcomes you want, and tell it to generate a course. Oh, wewe unaandika notes. And I promise you, the thing that ChatGPT 4.0 will actually generate, you won't even have to change a thing, right? You can actually send it and it will not look like your colleagues. I promise you, by the way, if you follow those rules in terms of your prompt engineering, you will generate an excellent document. Okay? Now, but what happens? Because you're already tired, because you're already in a hurry, I guarantee you will not read that document word for word. I guarantee, right? Stop looking at me like that. I'm saying the truth. Who reads their ChatGPT documents word for word? You do. You're doing which course? You are the lecturer of which course? Me, I'm coming. Out of how many people, 100 people in the room, probably only 2 read. That means you are not learning on the go. With time, if you do that 100 times, then you are becoming over-reliant and stupefied. That's the word I want to introduce here. AI, if it is not used in context, has the ability. So Harvard, is it Harvard or John Hopkins? There is a university that did a research from since the release of ChatGPT. It took people under a scanner in terms of your brain matter that is responsible for development with learning. In 2 years, guys had lost about 30% of their gray matter. Because, is it gray matter or what? The matter that is responsible for your learning, like displays your learning, right? They had lost a percentage of it. So it is important for you to basically protect or incentivize your students to not over-rely. That means the way you teach has to change. The way you even approach your own lesson plans and all has to change. We all know you use ChatGPT. Stop looking at me like, no, me, I'm good. No, you're not. We all use paid or free. Who doesn't? Let me not assume. Who doesn't? We won't judge you. We will respect you. Rona, these are the guys I was telling you. Uko na mtoto, mgani. They start having technical. We use ChatGPT. What? But do you use it? Bias amplification. Some of these things don't have accurate information. But because you searched a knowledge area that you're not familiar with, everything ChatGPT says because it has good English. Now, then it's even worse for Africans. I tell you why. I tell you why. And this one I'm saying with all humility, not having bias on race and all, has a white British man explained something to you that you didn't know? A British man explained to you something you did not know. Will you question anything they say? No, kuna wale wako solid. You didn't know anything about what they are saying, right? You didn't know. Like, forget about me, I know a bit of AI, so nobody can play with me. You know, I'll question. But how many people here know anything about music? You don't know anything about music. Like, you don't know what a solfa scale is, you don't know what note pitch, all that. Who doesn't know anything? Now, imagine I come and start explaining to you, a pitch is da-da-da-da-da-da, and I'm this British white man. I explain to you, you know a pitch is blah, 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 blah. I tell you, if you want to navigate your solfa scale, this is how you go with your solfa scale. Blah, 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 blah. Will you doubt anything I'm saying? Likely you will not think to doubt. Not unless somebody questions it, right? Now, AI, first of all, has no glitches in how it communicates. It doesn't have broken English, right? You guys still use the wrong prepositions. Mukona PhD hapa, but bado preposition ni kwa tu unaeka kwa off, Off unaeka kwa on. With unaeka kwa. So first of all, you are handicapped in the way you communicate, right? Even if you are saying the truth. Mimi nasema ukweli bwana. How you communicate is a problem by itself. But AI in itself does not have handicap in how it communicates. So it is very easy for AI to propagate a bias because of fluency. Just because you speak fluently doesn't mean you're speaking facts. Have you ever heard that statement? Because of the fluency it brings, then it's easy to believe it. You have no alternative point of reference. So it is important for you to build those things to protect your students. It's your responsibility. Data privacy. Watu wenye wanachukuanga marks, wana copy paste kwa ChatGPT wafanyie analysis. Mwache kufanya hivyo. Ama mtoe majina za watoto kabla mweke. Sawa sawa. It is even illegal by law. Kenya Data Protection Act 2019. You have a right to protect information that was given to you in a privileged. I'm sorry. You have a requirement, is it? You have a requirement to protect the information given to you. Now the challenge with this is, with access to that level of computation ability, people are careless with it. It's the issue of ethics. What are these kids using that for? AI for? Equity gaps, reduced human interaction. Now, if you forget everything I've taught you today, take that photo. This is the transformation gap quadrant that I'd like you to have. Number one is what is likely to change, or what do you need to change? Number one, change your mindset. Start approaching different ways of learning and teaching. Things to learn, you need to change. For example, a secretary would have one goal. I started with 10 words, 10 letters per second. Now I'm going to 30. With the birth of a computer, that's cool and all, but you need to learn a new skill. As an educator, you need to discover new things to learn. Now, for example, did you know that when you copy stuff from ChatGPT, it has markers that are invisible to your computer? That, a system that can decodify, it can basically pick out where you picked this information from. So they have embedded markers as part of a requirement they had at global standards to make sure that they are doing, to control AI-generated content. They put markers on AI-generated content, whether videos, whether text, so long as it's an AI-generated content from a mainstream platform, it has markers to show, even if it is 2 lines. It has markers to show that your content was AI-generated. So hata hiyo kitabu yako, you'll have to declare that it was AI-generated if you want to be respected as an author. You know that. You have to declare that it was AI-generated. If one day somebody doesn't like what you said and actually goes and writes your book into the manual, the manuscript, into an engine that can decrypt that, and it's valid that it comes, you'll have problems because then you use AI to generate. So you have to declare to the world that this was also an AI-supported book. I've taught you something new there. Any tool you use that is mainstream that generates, even videos, CapCut, anything you use that generates AI content has been designed from last year to incorporate markers to indicate if it is AI generated. If not, the people who generated it will be penalized. Know that. So anything you copy from ChatGPT, anybody can know it's ChatGPT, right? So put effort in your work. I know some of you are looking like, Brahmo, look well. Yes. Now, what's the future like? That one I explained, what to watch out for. Academic integrity, over-reliance, pedagogical. Hey, I'm the one who wrote that word. Expertise. Na ChatGPT haipeangi watu maneno mbili. Neither yangu labda. So, what does this mean? This means your innate expertise as a person. If you're stripped of everything, what do you know? Sila, nikitoa ADMI, nitoe head of school, nitoe computer, what do you know? You know that? That is something that is being eroded right now. Because people are becoming slower. They are not using AI to learn. They are using AI to complete tasks. Like, I use AI to learn. Like, other than watching a video, sometimes I'm on my phone and I'm just chatting with it. What's the meaning of this? What does this do? If I use it to learn, it means I'm reading everything it's telling me. It's for me. But if I'm using it to complete tasks, all I'm doing is copy-pasting, right? And sometimes I don't have the patience to read everything it is saying. We aligned on that. I've explained data privacy, transparency, and bias. Or transparency. Be transparent to your students that some of your content has been generated by AI. Can you do that? Guys, I know it is a difficult thing to do, but transparency. That will also build a culture where your students will trust you. I know somebody has laughed like, Bramwell. You don't know the kind of students we have. But you see, it's a double-edged sword. The roadmap for the dean, I think at a holistic level, I think some of these things come from try, experiment integrating AI in some of your coursework. I don't know if there is a requirement by chair, Commission of Higher Education, right? I don't know there is a condition that bars you from experimenting innovative ways of learning. I think it just captures the content, quality, and delivery, right? So try and experiment, formally experiment integrating AI in your learning. Like, for example, if your unit actually has a project, have a section that allows the students to use ChatGPT. Are you with me? Because you see, the things that are done chini ya maji, those are the things that are done badly. But if they are done on top of the surface and you actually govern them, like as you use ChatGPT, meet these standards, what have you done? Yes. And you've actually taught them how to use it properly. Now, let me help your lives. Now, if you're afraid of your students, or if you're not clear on some, these are some of the tools. But one I think there's somebody here who said they go, Dean, it's you. Who you say sometimes your ChatGPT gives you information. Yes. So yeah, I was waiting to look good this time. Nearly over here, Upper. So the tool that can help you really well to confirm the sources and verify if they're accurate is called Perplexity or Elicit. Perplexity. So you can counter check, and even some of the newer versions of these chatbots can actually generate for you the content, the references, right? Yeah, so Perplexity. So these are some of the tools that you can use. The Aki, the last one, that's our product. That's our, it's been developed by Cine.ai. We provide corporate technology to insights and understanding from their own data without any hard labor and work. Now, because I am feeling so tired and I think I've run way out of time, you can find so many tools in our website called There is an AI for It. There is a website called There is an AI for It. In that website, you can find an AI tool for anything under the face of the Sila, I think I've finished. Have I finished my presentation? And then questions can come. Yeah, I think at that point I'll pause there in case there's any questions. Yes. Let's take all the questions together and then I'll answer them once. It's gold. Yes.
Okay. I don't know where to repeat from, but yes, maturity of AI is driven by three things, and you only gave us one, volume of data. So if you could give us the other two. And then my other question is, whenever we think about harnessing technology, at the back of our minds, and now I'm talking as an educator, we know the challenges we face in developing countries. You have huge class sizes. There is the pressure to perform. And so sometimes, or oftentimes, educators are on autopilot. Like if you, in university, if you have a common course and you are teaching, God forbid, 1,000 students. So how then can you manage such a big class size and you want to personalize learning? So it's a reflection, not necessarily a question, but you could answer it, because I think that is really where our big challenge is as educators. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, you say there are markers for any AI-generated material, but we have so many softwares coming up, AI detectors, AI paraphrasers. Are there markers for that? Because when you try and check them with the different softwares that are there again for AI, it tells you no. Yeah. So as an educator, there's that.
In the third world, what we deal with is disrespect for humans, for human work, and this AI revolution seems to be making it worse. Is there a way we can turn it round to make it, I mean, that's why we are asked to teach 200, 300, 1,000 students. That's disrespect for the lecturers, disrespect for the students. And respect is given as money. That's why we're, and technology has always driven salaries down. Seems to be doing the same thing again here. Is there a way to turn it round?
Hello. My question is on how do we approach this? We've learned all this, and I would see sometimes people take the approach of, okay, we have all these tools, we have to know how to operate with the tools, but it might feel a bit overwhelming. So I'm wondering what in your opinion do you feel is a practical approach for educators to integrate AI without maybe feeling very overwhelmed with, you know, just learning tools and teaching learners?
Thank you. So I teach in a college, so this is very relevant. And indeed, in one of the courses I teach, we do actually encourage them to use AI, for example, for CV writing, to help them. Now, as a parent, where I'm a parent of a preteen, I am a bit concerned about the fact that he can use ChatGPT already. And these are children who are still forming and learning. So should we be worried? Because as you've said, it stupefies. And now once they've discovered it and they're using it for homework, they're using it for writing, do we imagine a world where they'll never need some of the things we think the brain should develop by a particular age? Or how then do we advise the teacher who's teaching at that lower level on the use of AI? Should it even be allowed in primary school? Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is a simple one, and it is, where do we go from here as educators or learners? And I'm looking at Bramwell, and I'm asking myself, how did you even move away from this to that? I almost have the same story of moving from one career to the other. But when it comes to AI, I struggle a bit. How do I get my footing? Thank you.
Oh, more questions are coming. Guys, I closed it. Let me answer those ones first. Okay? Even me, I have limitations. I'm not AI, though I talk about it. My retention is limited. So I'll start here. I'll answer both your questions together, and I think your question and has, a tie. So the question you'd ask, the thing I didn't say, the drivers of AI maturity is 1, data, number 2, computational power. Now, there are some things which don't exist not because people don't know how to make them exist, but because they lack certain tools. Now, computation power is the fastest, most complex computer in the world. What tasks can it perform? So it doesn't matter the capability of the model, it will always be limited by the computer. That's the computation power. Now, you've been hearing a lot about quantum computing. Okay? So if what I'm hearing, like Microsoft has hacked, I don't know what in quantum computing, I don't know who and who and who, 5 years from now we'll actually be having access to quantum computers and all that. What that will mean is at that point we probably may have unlocked self-aware AI models. That's what one thing I mean and all that. Then number 2 is the regulatory infrastructure that basically governs the use and investment frameworks and all that stuff that comes with AI. So in some cases, there are some things that probably don't have the right regulatory framework that can protect investment or can protect that particular model or whatever it is. So that limits in terms of how far people can go in terms of investing in that particular field, and that drives a lot in it. So I think so that affects investment, which affects all that stuff that comes with AI. So I think those, and probably there are a few others that probably could contribute, but those are the three main that have affected AI's maturity till today. So the reason why you are not getting certain versions of ChatGPT is probably because of that. Okay? Oh, the AI you currently use is the dumb one. Did you hear what I'm saying? The AI you currently use, and let me just break it down for you, is about 7 to 10 billion knowledge points. The latest LLM that I am aware of is 100 billion knowledge points. It exists, but we are using 7 to, that should tell you. So we are using the dumb version of AI. But then because of the complexity of computation capability that is required for it to function, it can't be made mainstream because it will crash. 10 of you we don't have that kind of capability to power that kind of engine at this time. I don't know if I've made sense in terms of computation. Now, how do you go from here? Now, I know this can be overwhelming, and for a reason. Because if I came here and I started explaining to you the way I have been a pilot, and the jet, if you want to balance, you'll be like, you want me to become a pilot? There's something I have seen very powerful, and it has helped me in my life, is something called master your discovery journey. What is your discovery journey? That is something you need to answer for yourself. And your discovery journey is simply what will narrow down the noise in terms of, I may not know all these things about AI, but what kind of relationship do I want to have with AI as an individual first? Now, scaling it to the institutions, hapa mimi sasa siwezi wasaidia sana, because then it depends on the vision of your leaders. Like the dean, does he have a vision? Can he convince the university council? Can he convince the university senate in terms of adopting or entrenching AI in some of the deliveries? Does our national leaders, in terms of policy makers, have that vision? So there are some things that, like the question you've raised, in terms of, do we even have space to adopt things at this scale? Probably not. Probably we've not gotten to a place where we have the policy framework, the investment framework, the culture change that is required to adopt these things at scale. But I think the more we have our personal stories with AI, the more we validate, the more we know how to manage the risk. The same thing I say, has any of us ever lost money in the bank? Right? Are banks the safest place to keep your money? It depends, right? Is driving your car the safest thing to do to move from one place to another? When you get into your car, are you guaranteed to reach your destination? If you jump into a plane, are you guaranteed to reach your destination? I know the way I'm asking these questions, well, like, Bramwell, why are you putting those ideas in our heads? But it's a fact, right? It's not perfect. But then I guess with us figuring out what we needed to do, it becomes clearer. If most of us are, like for example, if the VC Multimedia University wants to roll out a comprehensive AI-driven framework, and none of the lecturers here have ideas of how to use AI, that makes her life way difficult. If she comes and meets the lecturers and in the council and in the Senate, everybody is talking about integrating AI. It's just a matter of... Are you with me? Are you with me? Personal journeys always have an overarching macro impact. The more of us have a personal journey with AI, the more we can actually shape it to work for us than against us. I don't know if I'm making sense. So the secret here for those who are, well, how do we move from here? Develop your own discovery journey. I'm not talking about your professional AI journey. Those are two different things. What is your relationship with AI? And you develop that relationship. If you want AI to make you the best lecturer ever, use AI that way. It will give you results. If you want to ditch your career and start developing AI, start it. Who knows, right? But you have to figure out that journey for yourself. Okay? So I've answered that. The other one for school. Now, how many people here, let me take you back to my examples. My examples are very strategic. Do you know what shorthand is? There are some things that you think are important that are not. They will learn a new way of living. Like, how many of us went to computer school to learn Word after high school? Raise your hand. I want to see your hand. Did you go to computer school? Have I answered your question? Partly. Because he doesn't know shorthand. Is he stupid? I'm with you. What I'm trying to move your mind from is, you see what you call critical thinking for you, because of the context of your upbringing, is not critical thinking for him, because he doesn't have to experience certain problems you experienced. You see, when the computer was coming, when computers came, a lot of people had to go to school to study Word, right? Are we together? For those of us who didn't go to study Word or the short courses for computer, are we stupid? I think I can use the computer better than any of you who went to did the short courses for computers, right? I didn't go to school to study computer. Is my critical thinking? Your children have a different set of problems. I think it's the discovery. Right now, it's going to be unfair to everybody, both to you, for me to invalidate what you're saying. You have a point, but you need to discover the validity of your point. We don't know how AI is affecting the younger. We don't know. It's a journey, discovery. But what I'm saying is, remember, the context of your learning, growth, thinking, view of life is very different from critical thinking. His problems, his critical thinking is to figure out, how am I not going to be scammed in Roblox? That is his problem. You didn't have that problem. You don't even know what Roblox is. You don't know what Minecraft is. No, you see. You know because you have no choice, right? But you see, his thinking is, how am I able to shop online without being scammed? When you were at his age, was that a problem you needed to? Was that critical thinking you needed to have? Are you getting me? Are you with me? Discovery. There's a lot. Because it's going to be unfair for you to start right now, govern what you don't understand. Because you still haven't defined for your children what is their critical thinking. You see, to us, critical thinking means, what is critical thinking to you? The ability to think, analyze, and make sense of. But if the child has the awareness to know that ChatGPT can help them solve an answer, that's actually critical thinking. No, it is, right? They actually had the awareness to know that I am not too alike. By the way, if I'm going to spend 3 hours reading something that tomorrow I won't need, and I can type it here and get an answer, why would I not use it? Okay. So is it about teaching them hard work or critical thinking? No, it's just a clever words we've created for ourselves. What is working smart and working hard? What does that mean? It's subjective to you, right? If me, I like, let me give you another example. I like my egg well done. Somebody else likes it runny, is it? Okay. Who likes their egg better? Which egg is better? It's based on your view of life, right? So parents, when you were, when your parents kept pushing you to go to do computer classes, it's mostly parents who suffered from the secretary syndrome. Those parents could not let their children stay at home after finishing Form 4, right? They saw what computers did to endofanye computer. Walienda kufanya computer wote because they were worried about what computers will do to right now. Right now, you are in the same place with that parent who was pushing their child to do computer. You're experiencing the same problem with kids who are, no, don't even give access to kids nowadays with computers. It's a problem, right? But then you prevent your children from accessing mobile phones. Then they grow up, they don't know how to deal with the dark side of the mobile phone because it's a double-edged sword. That's why I'm saying it's a discovery. It's a discovery. Nobody, and I will tell you, nobody can tell you the pros and cons that you don't do this. We all don't know. I won't tell you I know how AI, but I can tell you, go study AI. Go search this in YouTube, AI being used to teach kids in the US. There's a study that was done that kids were only exposed to a human being teacher 2 hours a day. The rest of the time they were interacting with machines. Those kids had 30% better affinity to knowledge than the ones who were taught full day by a human being. Critical thinking. Those kids were actually better at financial literacy, better at practical hands-on skills compared to kids who are taught by fellow human beings. Critical thinking. You have different sets of problems. I hope I've answered. I know I've shaken you a bit, but sit on it. It's a journey. Yes. It's a journey for everybody. Yes. I've answered your question. Who else haven't I answered? Yako. This is the last question. Baba. Sawa. Wacha to find. Oh, yours. Yours was? Markers. Yeah. Try to answer yours. Markers and paraphrasers. My wordings were the mainstream ones. You know, the ChatGPT, the mainstream ones. Those ones have those standards put in place. But of course, in every market, there is a madman. There are those who don't follow those rules and stuff. Now, the other thing I didn't mention there, and thank you for this question, is the burden you have with using with AI is what you know today might be stale tomorrow. So you have to keep updating yourself with knowledge. So there's nothing much you can do about something that is launched today, but probably 3 months down the line, there might be a control to it. Question is, if you don't trust the service provider, don't put in your sensitive data. And then also in the sense of just do your research when it comes to deepfake. Even CIA itself right now is struggling with deepfake. That should tell you. But if they have the sophistication to process how to do that, what's the problem? See, what are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to achieve people learning or people following a process? But the objective is, Bill Gates said the laziest people are the best inventors. Mindset. You see, if your goal is to get these students to be hard-working students, right? Then give them hard-working experiences, and that's it. But if your goal is for them to learn a skill in a way that fits the world as where it goes, built-in frameworks that allow them to use those tools but not compromise their academic integrity. That burden sits with you, not them. Are you getting me? Burden of instruction, the burden of learning, designing, the burden of impact, that burden is with who? With the educator, not the student. If you don't want to change how you teach, but you want to change how they learn, how is that possible? You want to teach the same way. Nipate assignment yangu imefanywa na ChatGPT. Mutajua hamjui. Na wewe hapo usiku uko zile za design for me, learning program. The burden of design, the burden of quality assurance, the burden of learning output process, whatever it is, to achieve that, that burden sits with the educator, not the person who's being educated.
So as a psychologist, I had to search this, and of course I found some information that there are 3 things AI cannot do that only human beings can do. One is love or any feelings. The second one is creative discovery. So there is no new innovation with AI. It's all algorithms and things that have been already uploaded. And the third one is moral choice. So given the 3 things that AI cannot do at all and only human beings can do, what are the more human-centered careers for educators? You've mentioned learning design, curriculum developers that are more human-centered. I mean that careers that are here to stay, that will be relevant without AI. We talk about marketability and relevance, but there is more human-centered careers where all these 3 things are very important. So which ones are they for educators?
Actually, the same career you're on has those 3 things. The same, and by the way, don't change your career. Don't change your career, but develop the following skills. Be a better communicator. Did you realize if you structure your questions with ChatGPT, you get better results? What is that? What is that? Communication is becoming the most sought after skill. The ability to construct your thoughts and communicate in a manner that makes sense and it communicates what you intended it to communicate is becoming that skill that will make a difference between you who's using ChatGPT and you who's using ChatGPT is how you communicate. Good. Secondly, communication. After you've produced your reports, do you think I use ChatGPT to produce my deck? I use ChatGPT. I used even 4 AI engines. Mnaona hizi photos niligenerate na kina Sona, Canva. Hizi zote hapa. Hii ni ChatGPT, enda Canva generate. Sema new mind with AI, itakupatia hiyo picha. I don't know if it is. Like these things, all these things I generated with AI. But has AI helped me deliver? What am I good at? What am I doing? I'm doing your job. You are an educator, right? Do you think AI can replace me? Did I use AI? Have I integrated it in my work? This thing of, there's this phobia of AI is going to take, it's not going to do it if you're a really good lecturer. If you're a really good communicator. If you teach with empathy. If you teach with transparency, people will want to attend your class. They won't even want to have online courses with you. They're like, no. If I said I'm going to do this online, would you people want it? No, we want him here, right? Of course, the dean will be like, no. But you get me, right? I would want, Doc, I'm just trying to avoid to create this alternative thinking that I need to start running because of my career. There's a skill you can develop. There's a skill that you can develop that basically enhances you as a human being. Because AI is taking away some of the stuff that is making work difficult for you, you have time to develop more skills, right? Yeah. Nimemaliza. Can you guys give him permission? Because now it's your time they are taking. How many more questions, guys? 1. How many? Yako ni madaka ngapi?
Just seconds. It's just okay, thank you so much, the entire group, for giving me this permission. Now, mine is a fear that I want you to help me answer, maybe, or maybe settle with this fear. And I want to give you an anecdote of what happened some time back when the US were investigating some guys who traveled all the way from the US to Iraq, Iran. They tried to use Google. While they were searching on Google, able to find the footprints. So today, with the advent of AI, I am capable of actually impersonating myself as the dean of probably the Department of Science here, put all pictures, everything, even create a payslip, and disguise myself as the dean. Now, the only fear I am trying to find to ask you, maybe to help me understand or settle with it, is AI able to store fingerprints of what I'm doing with it? That another person somewhere can be able to search about Moses and find out what I've done with the AI. Maybe I was cheating somewhere. Can you help me understand these fears?
Don't cheat. That's the easiest way of just not having the fear. Don't cheat, right? Now, sometimes we are unfair to technology. Because with or without technology, human beings are just. Do people steal? Are people still impersonating? So there is a part where it's just human behavior, and there is very little you can do to stop it from happening. But, of course, there are tools and ways that people are trying to do that, and that's why there's governance that is coming into AI. Now, this is the danger with technology, is technology adds you a burden of learning. With every new technology, you need to learn and have some level of awareness that allows you to know how to keep yourself safe. I know it is the government's responsibility to make sure you are safe, right? But then, the ultimate responsibility of safety lies with, why are you not answering? The ultimate burden of safety lies with, and for you to be safe, for your children to be safe, for your families to be safe, you have to invest in knowing technology. What is the risk? What are the, risk and the insecurity opportunities when I am using this? Mothers, I know most of you have had to understand Roblox inside out because of your kids, right? You can't just sit there and say, mi sitaki kusikia Roblox kwa nyumba yangu. If they don't access Roblox through your phone, they will access Roblox through somebody else's. So you'd rather have them access it through your phone so that you can monitor what they are doing, right? And if you don't know how to monitor, technology missing. One day, your child goes missing, and you come to realize that they were enticed through. Are you guys following me? AI didn't just come as a button where you press something and everything works out. No. It starts as a journey. And that journey will start with you, educator, educating your. Mbona mjajibu yo? You need to educate. And you need to stop cheating. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, everything digital has a footprint, but it's just who is accessing it. If I'm the owner of the system, I will know. Yeah, so technically WhatsApp knows everything you do, Google knows what you do. Every technology you use knows what you do, if you do it. Hata ukiweka kwa, hata watu wenye wanapenda midnight browsing, na unaweka private search, it's never private. Yeah, it keeps a footprint of what you do. So long as you're using a mobile phone that has an IME number, everything you do on that mobile phone can be tracked. Or is that an accurate way of answering it? Anything you do on a gadget that has an IME number can connect to the internet, can make a phone call, can have a location, GPS, blah, blah, blah. Whether you switch off the phone or not, so long as the battery is active, the record of your data can be retrieved. Is that a more direct answer? Yeah, so just the easiest way is just to behave well. I'm tired. I want to go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Was I interesting? Was I interesting? Very nice. Thank you, guys. You are a good audience.
Okay. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. Can you clap for yourselves? Like this. Clap for yourself in your heart like this. Not like this. This is to him. But for yourself, clap like this. Thank you very much. What I can say from this, I think there's a hunger for knowledge in terms of AI. I have never had a crowd in this hall sitting for almost 3 hours, over 3 hours, listening intently and not walking away handling phone calls. Unajua government waka tumezoea tunashika simu. Oh yeah, and I've just done like this, declared my age. So yes, thank you very much for giving Bramwell here so much attention throughout the session. And now we are getting to even a more lively session. The one thing I'd say as a takeout for me, for this, people have been saying AI inachukua kazi yetu. I think I am so validated and consoled after he's trained us today, knowing that as a communicator, job yangu iko imara. Yeah, so that having been said, let me give the mic to Caris a little bit, then I'll announce directions for our lunch.
Thank you so much. Bramwell is brilliant, right? Bramwell is baby. I think the other thing AI can't do very well, at least for now, is to clap and appreciate another person. So that's exactly what I want us to do for brilliant Bramwell. And this time I want us to do it Bunge style. Bunge style. The people shall. The people? The people? We the people. We have the power. We the people. So Bunge style. So how we do Bunge style is we clap 3 times, then we tap our table 3 times, then we tap our feet 3 times, all right? All this for brilliant Bramwell. Thank you so much. You are an AI genius. Thank you for shifting from the other side. Atulikuwa wapi? Hey. Asante. We are happy to have you this side. All right. So can we do that together now? All right. Let's rub our hands first. We warm them up. All right. On 3, 3, 2, 1. All right. That was just practicing. Now let's do it. Very well. Thank you. I know I'm delaying you for lunch, but actually lunch has delayed. So don't hate on me. Hate on the chefs. All right, so let's do it again. 3, 2, 1. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. AI. Tulisahau. Empowering every educator and every learner. Let's go again. Take 2. Drum roll. Drum roll. AI. Every educator and every learner. Thank you very much. I know you're still really eager to learn about how you can use AI, the different use cases. And that will be our afternoon session. So afternoon, we're not going to be talking much, but doing. The afternoon team is really preparing to give you real use cases, real tools and real use cases that you can benefit from as educators. But as we proceed for lunch, may we interact between ourselves, amongst ourselves, and also share, just sharing. Sharing is caring. We tell this to babies, but when we grow up, sometimes we become very selfish. Sharing is caring. So if there is a tool that you're using and you know it can assist the person that you're seated with, that you'll be eating lunch with, please share. So let's exchange those ideas, because there is only little that can be shared with those that are preparing. So let's interact, let's feel free. You're very safe here, but let's watch out for the baboons. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, before we go for our lunch, remember we are coming back to learn by doing. Learn by doing. So nobody will be talking, but you will be trying to practice a few things here and there. Let me give you lunch logistics. What we are going to do is kindly requesting MMU members of staff, can we allow the guests, anyone who is not from MMU, to proceed for lunch first? You know, as a host, we show our kindness by leading guests and telling them to enjoy what we enjoy every day. So let's allow non-MMU members, all the visitors who've come in, to actually have their lunch first, and then MMU staff will follow.